I dance with you. Baby, pour that sugar and liquor on me too. Spurs, boots. There's a whole lot of South coming out. Get a body on your whole lot of truth coming out. Yo, yo. How we doing? How we doing? Christina, thank you for the 8 months. Nesto, thank you for the 15 months. All my New York City folks traumatized from the earthquake. Yes. Welcome to life in Los Angeles, okay? Now you guys know whenever you go on Twitter and LA people are like, was that an earthquake? Oh my God, did anyone else feel the earthquake? Yeah, see, now you know. Earthquake Twitter. And then when you're the person who didn't feel anything, you kind of feel left out. You're like, wait a sec, what? You're like, is everybody gaslighting me? Bro, it fucking hailed today in Los Angeles. It is literally the day after tomorrow. We have earthquakes in New York. We had hail in LA. I was outside filming. What is going on? I guess I should just go live. Yo. You should get the art updated to include a bald spot. Do you want to die? Twitch, I'm obviously joking. Oh my God, you guys, I feel like every stream title of mine this week has been like, I'm dying. But I really am. Finally today. I don't know how I got up. Holy shit. How's my neck? Actually, was better today. I think the burping method is the way to go. So I don't know, if you're in pain, get somebody to get someone to rub you down while they just belch. Not that kind of rub down. See, just like that. Excuse me. Unless that helped you. So Crystal Mommy worked? Yeah, I still have like... I still don't have full movement, but you know what? That's on me. It's on me that I still have a little bit of pain. Because that means that I'm not pushing the bad energy out enough. Whatever. Thank you for the 15 months. Oh! Once again, I look like just a floating head. You guys, I've been up since 6 a.m. Wait, shit! Oh, my sub goal didn't do what I wanted it to do. God damn it. I tried to make it 66.6. Cause Cause I thought it would be fun to watch Titanic 666. How do you have the energy to stream? I don't. Anyway, I tried to have it be 66.6 so it'd be fun. But it didn't do it. It's so stupid. Why? What?
Shrug, make the goal, or I'll just make the goal 666. What does 666 have to do with Titanic? It's because it's Titanic 666. You've never heard of it? Do you not watch cinema? Yes! Anonymous! Thank you for the 5. Alright, we're on our way. We're on our way to the Titanic. I'm leaving H Mart after going alone. I spent $500 at H Mart. You go. You buy up that those Asian groceries. So the reason why I'm streaming, even though I'm spiritually exhausted, is because I have to go to San Antonio tomorrow to go hang out with children. So I will be gone Saturday and Sunday. And that's why I was like, oh, I should stream. I should do it. No, San Antonio, not San Diego. San Antonio. Yep, I'll be teaching kids all about esports and teaching them about tech, what it's like being a woman in tech, a woman in STEM, and we'll be having there's a panel, and then we'll be having breakout times where like we hang out with the kids and stuff. And I looked at the other people on the panel, and they are all professional esports people. So that's what I'm going to be doing this weekend. Appletail, thank you for the 11 months. I'm literally going to be like Channing Tatum in She's the Man when he's trying to figure out what to say to Olivia, and he's like, and Amanda Bynes tells him like, oh, just ask her if she likes cheese. And so like he tries to have a conversation with her and then can't think of anything and goes, do you like cheese? It's gonna be me. I'm gonna try to think of things to say, and then I'll be like, do you guys know Tarek? Do you know Tarek? Am I going down to Austin again soon? Well, I was trying to make this weekend into potentially an Austin weekend, but I had to film today. And so that meant I wasn't going to be able to go to Austin till Saturday, and I would either need to find a car because I like couldn't rent a car. I don't know why. Because there's no flights. There are no flights between, well, there's no direct flight between Austin and San Antonio. I don't get it. I don't know. And then I thought to myself, I was like, no, I just want to get in and out. This week has been really long, and I have not slept well at all. I am so lacking in sleep, and it was one of those things like I'm gonna get in and I'm gonna get out. It's too close. It's like an hour drive, but so I guess what? Oh, I guess that'd be like me being Taylor Swift taking a flight for 2 minutes. I'd be like, yes, I'd like a flight, even though it's 3 minutes long. I'm a celebrity. Make it happen. You need a full day of being a potato. Bro, and then I started having anxiety about taxes. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta fucking do that when I get back. This is why we need trains. Yes. Also, this is my 4th coffee of the day. I might have a heart attack. It's not, the caffeine is not working. How was your day filming? Okay, so I got to base camp at 7. And then we did hair and makeup. And then we were driven to where we were shooting today because we were not on the studio lot. We were shooting at a different location because it was an outdoor scene. And so we were driven over there, and then we didn't shoot. We didn't do like the first shots until probably noon, 11:30, noon. And they were jumping around today on the script, so they would like shoot us outside and then go to a different scene, but we hadn't like finished that scene. 4 coffees is probably better than 1 Panera lemonade. You know what? I could use a Panera lemonade. Give me one. Let's see. This will be a testament to how strong I am. Yeah, give me a Panera charged lemonade. So anyways, so then we shot, it was the weather today. I can't even describe it. I can't describe what the fuck was happening with the weather. It would be sunny, and then in the sun, it was like bearable, even though it was still really cold. It was still chilly. And then suddenly it would switch to a cloud, and there would be this giant gust of wind, and then it would rain, and at one point it hailed. It's like, what is happening? And I swear to God, it always happened as soon as I had to take my coat off. They'd be like, all right, we need all background and reporters in place, like take your positions. And so I'd have to take my coat off. I'd have to like get ready. And that is when the weather would change. And so I was like wearing short sleeves as wind is just whipping around me and rain is lightly sprinkling. I'm like, why? Yeah, the clouds kept moving. What the hell was happening today? Sounds like where I live in Ohio. Yeah, I mean, I used to remember when I was living in Chicago area, we would get snow. We would get snow sometimes April into May. It was miserable. But Chicago's been really, really warm this winter. Probably climate change. LA, the weather's been so strange this week. It's basically been whatever the opposite of the day it was before. So if it was like really beautiful the day before, you know, late upper 60s, maybe 70. The next day, fucking freezing. And so, I don't know. Today was tough because there was a lot of sitting around, which is just what happens, you know. That's how productions go. There are so many people involved in the making of something like a TV show. It's just a really slow process. And so I was literally there 7 to we wrapped a little after 5. Like we, the reporters, wrapped. And I asked them what time they were going to, and they said that they're probably going till 9 tonight. They had so much more to film still, so I think we actually had a scene cut. Which, like, whatever. It happens. The only thing I hope, because the thing is, when you do a small role, when you do a co-star role, you just pray that you have a decent shot. Something that you can put on your resume or on your reel, because that's how you get your next job. Truly. If you book a role, but you have no coverage, you have nothing decent of you, you know, then you don't have something for your reel, and you don't have something to help you book more work. Because the difference, you know, the difference between being a co-star and being an extra or background actors are not, they're not always union. And they're also not, it's like totally different pay. And the credit, like, you don't really put background work on your resume. It's like, don't do that. So if you're a co-star, which you had to like audition for, you know what I mean? Background, you just submit to like a background agency, like Central Casting or something. You just submit your headshots and then you book jobs that way. And it really, background work is like really just for making some money. Like, there are people who just do background acting. Is background an extra? Yeah. There are people who just do background acting in lieu of, like, I don't know, having a temp job or having like another job. Do people go for background roles so they can make a name for, I mean, you don't typically make a name for yourselves. You might get lucky. Every once in a while, a background actor could win the lottery where they end up getting a couple of lines, and so that might bump them up to a co-star. But typically no. And so they're really long days. You don't make as much money as if you are a co-star or up. Now, a lot of actors have started off in background acting because it's a way to be on set, you know? Because otherwise, you have to go through the audition process to get on set. So if you're a background actor, like, you get that experience of being on set. I think initially it can be cool because you are, you know, you're working in the biz. You're getting to, like, see big actors and filmmakers. Maybe you're in a scene with them, you know? In Jessica Jones season 2, there's a background actor that walks by 3 times in one scene that I thought for sure was going to be a new character, but they just had him in every shot looking at the actors. Aren't we all background actors in this story called life? Yeah, true. I feel like if I'm a background actor, I'd act like that one woman did in the Doctor Strange movie. Wait, is it the one where it's in court and she's in the back? Like, she's in the background and she's just serving? Can you link that to me? There are really, really funny moments that I'm sure, like, you know, are on the internet and stuff where background actors really take their moment. Because as a background actor, the most important thing is you do not pull focus, okay? You do not pull focus. You are literally there in the background. Is this it? Let's see. Oh my god, yes. Here she is.
Doctor Strange.
Dr. West.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I was a little preoccupied being dust there for 5 years.
So were a lot of us.
Good for her. Because here's the thing about it, okay? She's very lucky. She is very lucky that she has been positioned directly behind the star of the film, Mr. Benedict Cumbersnatch himself. And the thing is, as an extra, this is what you're hoping for. You are hoping that you get lucky and you get placed within proximity of the leads of the scene, because that means that you're guaranteed to be on camera. What you don't see here are other extras who are not on camera, or ones in the background who are, who are really blurry. Like, you can't tell it's them. But for her, she has a full 30 seconds here where she is on camera and she's serving. God, I love her. What a queen.
Dr. West.
What a queen.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I was a little preoccupied being dust there for 5 years.
So were a lot of us.
Holy shit. She will forever have that scene. Where she is 30 seconds on screen with Mr. Cumbersnatch.
How was last night?
What is happening in the background?
Bad, probably, I would say.
And the thing is, too, this one's incredible. I never even noticed this. The thing is, too, that if you're an extra and you're doing the most and ruining the scene, the director, if they notice, or if someone notices, they will usually tell you to chill. Or they'll replace you. But otherwise, if they think it's funny, if they think it, like, works with the scene, they'll keep it in. Like, this absolutely fits the vibes of Bottoms.
What was last night? Bad, probably.
I'm gay. Cheers to many more.
Really?
Thank you for what you
How
do.
was last night?
Quinn dance, squan heart.
Wait, did the TTS just read that as I'm gay? I feel like I just heard I'm gay. Thank you. Cheers to many more. Thank you for all that you do. And I just looked at it and said, OMG, yay. I'm gay as we're watching a clip from Bottoms. Yo, it totally said that. It totally said that. Yeah. Is this the Mandela effect where we all think that we heard it? Scouts Mom, thank you for the 8 months and congratulations on being gay. It definitely said, I'm gay. Cheers to many more. Thank you for what you do. Have you seen this woman running in the background of an Avengers movie? Wait. Blink and you'll miss it. Hold on. How do I make this bigger? Why is YouTube Shorts so hard to see? Can you guys see that? She is fucking booking it in her striped shirt. My God. She's giving it all. She had places to be, running for her life. Before we started, or on Tuesday, the first day that we shot, the director, this was really sweet. The director was like talking to all the background actors, and she goes, I just want to say, she was from Australia. She's like, I just want to say I love background actors. I really, really love you guys. My best friend is a background actor, because the whole thing is that background actors are at the bottom of the totem pole, right? And for the most part, they don't get any attention. And there are some actors or people on set who are just fucking rude to background actors. They look at them as it's crazy because it's like, you need background actors. Every single production needs background actors, but because they are not seen as legitimate actors, they're not people who like auditioned for the role and have a trailer and yada yada. There's just this like weird attitude sometimes towards background actors. We saw in 2020 what a lack of background actors looks like. Exactly. There's weird attitude sometimes. So I really loved the director just making a point to say, I really love background actors. Her best friend is a background actor, like how important background actors are, and just taking the time to address all of the background actors and be like, and she said, thank you so much for being here. Without the bottom of the totem pole, there can be no top of the totem pole. Yeah, it's just like a strange, fucking dumb attitude that that I've seen before. Like, let me give you an example. I had booked a role on an episode of a show. I can't remember what it was. And I showed up to set, and it was either like the assistant director or one of the PAs or somebody. And they saw me, and I was kind of looking around like, where do I go? And they immediately were rude to me because they thought I was a background actor. And so it was very like an eye roll, like background actors go that way, blah, 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 blah. And I went, I actually am playing the role of whatever it was. I was like, do I still go that way? And they're like, no, let me walk you over to your trailer. It was so stupid because the thing, like, it's not even that I was the star of the show. It's just simply that I had a speaking role, that I was a real actor. And it was just wild that out the gate, they were so rude to me. And I clocked that they were rude because they thought I was a background actor. And so when I was like, and I didn't want to be like, no, I'm not a background actor, because fuck that. So that's why I was just like, oh, I'm actually playing a role, a different role. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go there too, if I'm supposed to go somewhere else. And they then completely changed their tune. Yeah, but I see that attitude a lot. It's stupid. Right. Background actors are really important, and there are some big actors who did background work because, one, it paid the bills. Two, I don't know what it's like these days, but back in the day, there were ways to work as a background actor and eventually work your way into the union, which was like huge. Because if you don't book speaking roles, if you don't book co-stars, which is like the step up from background actor, then it's really hard to get into the union, and it's really hard to it just can be really helpful for you to join the union. And so there were actors who were able to use background work because maybe they'd get lucky and they would be assigned a couple of lines, or something would pop up in a script and they'd be like, hey, grab that person, they fit who we need, here's a couple lines for you to say. That's like oh my God, even having one line is life-changing. Remember the Disney AI background actors? Oh, I sure do. How could I forget? My God. I don't know what you're talking about. Those look like very real people. Cuba Gooding Jr. was the one sitting in the barber chair during the first barbershop scene in Coming to America. Oh, shit. Ben Affleck and Matt Damon have talked about it. Yeah, it's something where if you are not an asshole, you understand that background actors are not something to dismiss. Like, background work is not something to dismiss. There's a great video by Nerd Writer on how French cinema works that could be really interesting to react to. If you're interested, I'll send in the link. Would you put it in the Discord? S'il vous plaît? Anyway, if you're somebody who's always, and you know the other thing too, a lot of times background actors are not actors who are necessarily trying to be career actors. Sometimes you'll get some older person who's retired and don't really have anything, anything going on in retirement, and so they decide, like, hey, I'll work background. I'll be fun, I'll make 100, 200 bucks, whatever, and get to be on set and have that experience. I've met people on sets before. Background actors are really, really interesting, is what I will say. If you ever are on set, talk to background actors, because they come from all walks of life. Like, one of the guys today, when we were filming our scene, he was one of the cameramen, and he said that he had worked as a cameraman for the news for like 10 years. I went, oh, this role is perfect for you. And another guy said that he had been a lawyer for a long time. I don't know. They come from all walks of life. It can be a hobby too, being able to connect with others and learn about production. Yes, absolutely. It is a chance to get to be on set. And even though, yeah, it's not the most exciting work in the world, you can really learn a lot being on set. And if you're cool and you meet people, you never know. That's what it always is. It's like, you never know. You never know who you'll meet or what will happen or what potential opportunities you'll get. But either way, it's a guaranteed paycheck. So, Fat Kitties, thank you for the tier 1. This clip of a gay guy getting arrested is so funny. He ate her up. Wait, what? Let me see.
When I told you to keep your hands out of your pockets,
You're not
you did it.
I didn't commit a crime. You don't get to tell me what to do.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Why are you yelling at me?
Because I have every
Who
right
are
to right
you?
now.
What's your badge number?
321 Guerrero.
This feels old. I feel like this is an old video that's circulating. Is this old? It's from last year.
Make sure you spell it right.
If you're this scared, guy in a
Scared? I've been here
swimsuit.
for 20 years.
You're terrified of a guy in a swimsuit. I didn't do anything.
You can shut your
What
mouth.
a
They
legend.
just detained me.
Who are you?
There's no gun. That guy
I don't
has a gun.
detain anybody for no reason.
Then what reason?
Because I
What
told
crime
you to
did I commit for
Can
you to detain
shut
me?
your mouth so I can explain it to you?
Are you in charge of this lady? Who's the sarge? This is absurd. Why am I in handcuffs on the ground? Are you a supervisor?
Is this
No,
Florida?
he's not.
Can someone
I've been
explain
here for-
why I'm handcuffed
Can
on
you
the-
shut your mouth
No.
so I can talk to you?
Look at you. You're furious. What did I do?
You did not listen.
You're not my boss.
Listen to
I
me.
don't need to listen to you. Am I in
listen.
handcuffs? I don't care. You're not my mom.
I don't know if this is real, but it's one of those where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to choose to believe it is. This guy's an icon, okay? Everyone should You're not my mom. It's real? Okay, it is Florida. I mean, I'm also just assuming it's Florida. Somebody asked me, are you going to act after streaming in the future? I mean, I don't think I have any plans of retiring necessarily from streaming, so it's kind of one of those, I don't know, I mean, maybe start working some more acting just back into my current schedule. I think this role that I did was good to get me back into the world, and it's not, I want to prepare you guys that it really is not a big role at all, okay? we had to cut a scene, and then I didn't end up getting personal coverage on the first day of shooting. So like, don't expect this to be my Meryl Streep moment, but it is something where it's not lost on me that even booking that role in the climate right now, where there are so few opportunities, I swear every single day I read stories on Twitter of, of actors and writers, or I read stories in Variety, Hollywood Reporter, or I talk to friends of mine. Traditional entertainment has just dried up, man. A friend of mine who's at a really, really good management company who manages him as a writer, he told me that they recently let go a few of their managers, which was a huge deal. And they sent out a company-wide notice that they were no longer hiring, or they were no longer signing new talent unless they come from the world of Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, anything digital. Are we not allowed to make eye contact with the stream? Yeah, no. You don't look at me. Don't look at me. But yeah, I've just been hearing so much about how a lot of agencies and management companies and people in the traditional entertainment space are looking at digital content creators as the value, as valuable over traditional entertainment creatives. It's brutal. I can't tell you how many friends I've had say to me, you made such a smart decision switching to streaming. It's really weird because it's coming from friends who, on paper, had more success than me as either actors, as writers, like people who have like real legitimate credits, and yet it has been so dry. It has been drier than Ben Shapiro's wife's pussy out here in Hollywood. And a lot of people are scared. A lot of people are being told, stay alive till 25. Stay alive till 25. AKA, in 2025, we'll never. We are a third of the way through to Titanic 666. Will Neff. What you doing, Will Neff? What you talking about, Will Neff? Is that the world-class baseball coach, Will Neff? Is that the Billiam Nefferson? Is that my braless wife? Can you please play this game? Super short, and you can actually beat it in one go. One go? Okay. I have this link pulled up. We'll see. We will see. What was I saying? Anyway, I don't know. It's like, it's been really weird to be on set this week, talking to so many people about Twitch and having them be like, oh my God, that sounds awesome. Like, it's so nice that you have that career, that you're not just out here in the trenches, desperate for acting work or desperate for writing work and waiting 6 months to hear on a project. I mean, I was reading about how with writing jobs, there are so many people available and just not a lot of shows that are, that are hiring staff, that are staffing. And so you have first time or newer writers who are competing with seasoned showrunners. Which sucks. It sucks for people who are still new in their careers, because now they are competing for jobs that typically they just would have been competing with, you know, people of their experience level. And now instead they're competing with writers who have years of experience and years of credits. I don't know. It was it was something where some of the actors that I was talking to were like, you're in such a great position because you don't need acting. I was like, yeah, but I stopped acting because I just had fallen into a very deep depression. The pandemic, it changed everything. I felt like, I don't know, I felt like I had to make a serious change. So I didn't know if that meant that I was going to have to give up my if I was going to have to give up my acting and writing dreams. Like, I didn't know what was going to happen with it. I didn't know if I would succeed in streaming. It was like, okay, I'm going to have to try this thing and hope that it works. So yes, now that I'm looking at things, I'm like, okay, I actually think I am in a position now where I have this blossoming career still as a streamer. I've got my shit down, but I can potentially start, you know, trying to audition for stuff again. But I'm not coming from a place of desperation. It's just like a nice bonus now. I mean, I do miss entertainment, but before it always felt like, it just felt like such a rat race. Not that streaming doesn't feel like that, but it, you know what I mean? Where, I don't know, it got to a point too that it was not enjoyable. Every self-tape audition I would do brought me no joy. Marie Kondo would have been like, throw it out. Are you working on writing anything right now? I don't know. I had a producer friend reach out to me about something, but again, I'm at a point now where I don't get excited by that stuff. I don't go, oh my God, this is it. Somebody wants to make one of my scripts. Oh my God, I'm going to have a movie made. I don't do that anymore because I did that for too many years and it sucks the life out of you. You get so excited. Oh my God, I'm on hold for an acting role. Like, this is big. This is huge. Or holy shit, these producers are interested in making my script. You get burned so many times. And that's why I finally stepped away from it. Because I just went, I'm so broken. I'm so broken. I feel like I've been so burned. This doesn't bring me any joy at all. It just brings me fucking misery. I was Will Neff. Yes. Just 3 years later. Exactly. And so now it was funny because the day that I was on set, on the first day that I was on set on Tuesday, it's weird how everything just will happen at once. And I was on set, and then I had a friend reach out to me about he's trying to put together a comedy series. It's not like on a network or anything or a streamer yet, but he's amazing. He's the guy who wrote and directed the film that Will and I did last year. He reached out to me and wanted me to play a role. I was like, yeah, absolutely. And then my producer friend reached out to me about a script of mine that I had sent her a long time ago and yada yada. And so it was funny that it was all happening. It's like I decided, okay, I'm going to kind of dip my feet back in this pool. But I have such a different attitude about it now. And so when I get news or when I get like a text or an email, that whereas before I didn't have anything else in my life, so I would desperately cling on to it and be like, this is finally fucking it, please, it has to be it, this has to happen, this has to come to fruition, it must. And then it fucking wouldn't. You would have 5 more meetings or calls, or the months would go by, and then you would hear, and then. So now I'm in a place where I still love traditional entertainment, but I don't need it. I'm not desperate for that work. So instead it's like, oh, this can be a nice bonus right now, where if something does come through, great, fun, awesome. But if it doesn't happen, it's not going to leave me a broken bag of bones like it did in the past. I was employed for nearly a year, was lucky to get a part-time job back in my old place because I had union seniority. Wait, you were unemployed? Or you were employed for nearly... Unemployed? Oh, unemployed. Yeah. Got rejected from a job I interviewed for, was betting on it today, about to... It happens. It happens. I'm sorry. It really is something where I hate telling you guys to adopt a mentality of expect the worst, hope for the best, except expect the worst, because I don't want you to go through life treating everything that way. I had to try and fake that mentality, because then otherwise my I would be destroyed every single day. Like, you have an audition, you have a meeting, blah blah blah, you have to go on 100 fucking auditions before you might book one job. So just know it happens all the time. People get rejected all the time. Just keep going. Try, and what I always did in my life was I always had some work on the side. I always had a job on the side. So that way I was never destitute. I was never totally in the hole, because I at least always had some type of side gig, but catering, working in the service industry, having some type of freelance work, just something. And that was what got me through a lot of years. When I'd get turned down for other jobs that I really wanted. When I
love your hat today, Quan Hart.
Addie Slim, thank you for the 7 months. As a lifelong suffering Mets fan. Will's a Mets and a Jets fan. He's got the double whammy. Mets and Jets. Oof. Were you locked into a single project at a time while waiting to see if it actually turned into something? Well, no, it was like, it's always, basically, I feel as if the average writer's experience is you have a couple projects in various places, and you're just waiting for something to drop. And sometimes you have one project that's your baby that you are so passionate about, that you feel so strongly of, and maybe that's the one that's furthest. That's the one that you feel the most is going to go and has, is furthest along the line as compared to your other projects, but there's just so much fucking waiting. So much waiting. And meanwhile, executives, they don't give a shit. It's nothing to them that they have a writer who's been waiting 4 months to hear a follow-up on the interest of this project. They don't think about, they got other stuff going on. But then meanwhile, there's like another writer on the other side, or there's a writer on the side who's like, I'm gonna kill myself. Anyway, I don't know, guys. It's the advice that I can offer is there are a lot of paths that you can take in life. And I think knowing that you may not end up on a path that you think you're going to end up on or that you are on currently, and that's okay. Jesus, sound like I was about to start crying. I was like, that's okay. No, it's just that my voice is giving out because I'm tired. But it's okay. Especially people in your 20s, but also I don't want this to be if you're older than that, this doesn't apply to you, but I really spent about 10 years, you guys know my story, but I spent almost a decade following all these different paths and doing a bunch of shit. So just always make sure that you have some type of income while you are applying for a job that you are more passionate about, one that you really want, one that's in a field that you want to be working in, or if you're a creative person and you're working on creative projects, it's just always important to have an income stream and be very flexible. Be flexible with what you think you can do or what you will do. I'm 23. I still have 7 more years of floundering. Not necessarily. No. No. I'm not saying that you will not have you will not have your feet on solid ground until you're 30. No. That was just my life. And still, I went into an industry that does not guarantee success. So me throwing everything into being a streamer at 30, there was no fucking guarantee. I felt at least, okay, I have Will. He's a streamer. That should help me. But it's still, it wasn't like, okay, at 30, I pivoted to do this thing that was sure to bring me the success that I've been looking for. It's not floundering, it's experimentation. Your 20s is your time to do that. Yeah, I am sensitive, though, to people who are not in their 20s and still have this, still have these feelings. Maybe in your 30s, maybe in your 40s. There's no one rule book to life. All we can try to do is pay our bills, have shelter, feed ourselves. That's not always easy to do, but as far as, oh my God, I'm not where I thought I would be. Oh my God, I'm not on the path. There's no real rule book to it, even though it feels like there is, because people who were surrounded by or have come before us have made it seem as if, oh, this is how you do things. But all that is made up. Have you reached a point where you thought maybe I should start selling feet pics? Okay, so my girlfriends and I, when we were 20, maybe 25, 26, we were all at brunch one day and we started joking around. We're like, should we sell feet pics? We said, what if we don't have our face in it? Okay, what if we had like a group account and we all split the money? Yeah, no, we considered it all. We thought about doing the feet pic. We thought about doing the feet pics, but as a group. And we were a group of diverse ladies, so we were like, diverse feet. We all consider this at one point. I think that's true. I think there's one point in everyone's lives where you go, Should I? No. No, I can't. I can't. Could I? What about hand pics? Who wants them? Diverse feet is crazy. DEI feet, y'all. Literally DEI feet. Yes, feet co-ops. DEI feet co-ops. I've considered so many things. So many things. I've done a bunch of jobs, but there's also a lot of things that I didn't do. Like, I never worked poker games, like underground poker games, even though I had friends who did that, and it was hard to resist the temptation of how much money I could make at those, but then I would hear stories about how fucking seedy they could be, and talked to some girls who had done them but said that they would never do it again. And so I was like, fuck, okay, I don't think I can do that. I'm trying to think of, well, I told you guys I worked at a Korean karaoke club for a week until some drunk dude one night grabbed me, and so I like clawed him across the face and I ran out of there. Oh my god, that was horrible. Horrible. So I did that. So I got a taste of what that world was like. So any jobs after that where I would think to myself, this is giving me what those vibes would be. Like what the vibes of the Korean karaoke clubs would be. And I can't do that again. So the whole like giving massages and serving drinks, like neck massages and serving drinks to guys at these late night poker nights, which could go until 10 in the morning too. Like that's, you know, it's all night long. The Korean karaoke store is low-key sex trafficking. Yes, it is. It is. And one of the reasons I know that is because what we were told is, hey, if the cops come into the room, like come into the karaoke room and like bust into the room, you have to pretend that you're all friends hanging out. So the first thing that you would do when you would get picked to be in a karaoke room, you would have to exchange phone numbers. And we all had like, it wasn't like our real phone number. I don't think we had burner phones, but it was something where we had a phone number that was not like our personal phone number, but you would have to exchange numbers with the guy who like had picked you as their hostess. And then you would text each other. You would text and be like, hey, I'll meet up with you guys tonight. Like, can't wait to hang out. That kind of thing. Yeah. And there had been busts of these karaoke clubs. And there were girls and clients who had been arrested before because they were doing illegal things. Like there was definitely prostitution that was happening. Like illegal. I mean, girls who were basically forced into it. You know? I'm not interested in any job that requires me to memorize a law enforcement evasion plan. Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah. I remember one night, I mean, I only did this for a week, you guys, but I've always thought that this would make a really interesting television show. You kind of see that world a little bit if you've seen Tokyo Vice. It's not the same thing, but the clubs that the girls work at where the clients come in and they sit next to them, it's that idea. But these places where I worked, it was not as fancy as those. Anyway, so one night after we had finished at a club, we got a text from the guy who was, I'm just going to call him our pimp. low-key pimp, and he said, hey, got an opportunity, after party, with, like, I don't know, I can't remember who the guys were, but they're like, here's the address, $250 each, whatever it was, which I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. It's already 4 a.m. I'm so fucking tired. I'm creeped out. I want to go home. But I ended up going to this, and I did not drink. I did not do any drugs. I was very much so on high alert, and it was really sketchy. And I was basically just kind of keeping an eye on things, but there were some girls who certainly disappeared into other rooms, like with male clients that I'm sure that they were getting extra money for. And I was like, just get me the fuck out of here. And that was going to be the last night that I did this, because I went, you know what? This is not good for me. I am not cut out for this.
One heart.
And I also just don't think this is a good path to go down. Even though I'm, trying to pay my bills, this seems dangerous. So that was going to be the last night. But then my low-key pimp was like, oh, come on, work one more night. And then I went, all right, maybe I'll just work one more night. I'm not doing a fucking after party. I'll just, like, get in a karaoke room, sing karaoke, be a fun hostess. And that was the final night where I was grabbed. I was assaulted by one of the clients or one of the guys in the room, and that's when I fucking clawed him across the face and ran out of there. And I was like, nope. Jamie, thank you for the 3 months. Nope. But yeah, so I've done a lot of things. There's some things that I have not done, mainly because I did other things that I thought were probably in that world, and I went, no. Did they have security? Yeah. I mean, not in the karaoke rooms, but they had security at the clubs. So I ran out, and I was basically like, that motherfucker. And then my low-key pimp was like, what happened? And I said what happened. I was like, give me my fucking money. I'm leaving. I'm never coming back. Low flying birdie, thank you for the tier 1. Feels like literally all of us have a story like that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people can relate to taking jobs that ended up being a mistake or got them into really dangerous positions. And especially in a place like LA where, tons of young people move out here trying to make their dreams come true, trying to afford living in this city. And if you're a young girl, there's a lot of opportunities for you, okay? If you're a young gal out in Los Angeles and you get into like you get into like the club scene, the party scene, where it's like you're meeting all these rich clients, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of opportunities to make money, but not all of them are going to be ones that I think are worth taking. I think the effect that it has on, the effect that I've seen it have on girls' mental health, girls who do seeking arrangements, or who have like just rich guys taking care of them. And they'll try to make it seem like, oh, it's just a friend, or, whatever. But I've seen the toll that type of sex work, which they will never admit to it being sex work, but there's a lot of people in LA who are doing sex work and will never admit it's sex work. And I've seen the toll that it has taken on a lot of young women's mental health, where they came out here to be actors or to model or whatever it is, and then they find themselves like doing sex work that they will not admit is sex work with like the worst fucking dudes. You know? And I almost think there is something that's worse. Something that takes a harder toll on your mental health when you are doing sex work and sugar daddies, seeking arrangement, escorting, stuff like that. That is sex work, but not like acknowledging or accepting that that's what it is, and trying to misrepresent that in your own mind or to other people. And my God, I've just seen it really take a toll on a lot of young women, because I know it's not something that they wanted to do. It's not, you know, it's not like they get on OnlyFans and are like fucking killing it on OnlyFans. No. It's like they are leaving, you know, oh, we're all out together having a fun time. They leave to go have sex with some 70-year-old creep who's their friend. Yeah, you're not emotionally, mentally preparing for it, for what it is you're doing. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't another issue in a lot of these forms of sex work and OnlyFans sex work that a lot of them think it will be easier than it is, so they end up crashing in? Yes, that as well. Yep. So they'll start doing it, and they're like, wow, this guy paid for me to go to Hawaii. Wow, he bought me a designer bag. Oh my God, he gave me a couple $1,000s. This is super easy. Blah blah blah. No strings attached. And then they just crash and burn. Yeah. Aware of the yacht trip assholes? Yeah. And then like girls, I've talked about girls who have gotten invited on trips to like Mexico or Miami, and they go with these promoters and these rich clients, and they basically get trapped into doing sex work. And that takes a huge toll on them as well. Yeah, the yacht trips. I've told these stories a million times, but girls who will get invited to go on this really fancy trip, taking a private jet, staying in a mansion, but if you don't have sex with this guy who's paying for all this, then you don't have a flight home. You are not coming home on the private jet. You will be stuck here in Mexico. Good luck getting yourself out. Want to hear the story of how me and this bitch fell out? Yes. Yup. I know. Oh man, I remember chat was full of people saying just don't go on the yacht. Right. I don't know. I mean, I really do think not intentionally choosing to do sex work and being being prepared for that type of work can really backfire on you when you do end up doing sex work, like, I don't want to say the yacht stuff because that is more like sex trafficking. I mean more like a young 21-year-old girl who meets some 65-year-old millionaire who pays for stuff for her, and yet she won't acknowledge that it's sex work, sugar daddy type stuff. Yeah. And it's always funny because girls who I knew were doing sugar daddies and all that would always maintain, "Oh, no, we don't have sex. No, it's just a friendship. It's just spending time together." And I'm like, I don't believe that. Maybe if one of you said it, but all of you, really? And I'm sorry, that's not how typically a sugar daddy situation goes. They don't want the judgment, and I also think they don't want to admit that that's the work that they're engaging in. Only Anna Nicole Smith was telling the truth. Yeah, Anna Nicole Smith, she was the queen. I've had friends describe it the same way. Yeah. I feel like them saying that is also somewhat them trying to convince you to say it's okay. Right, like my whole thing is if you want to do sex work, great. That is your decision. That is your freedom to do so. But if that isn't something that you want to do, but yet you are putting yourself in these situations or doing stuff like seeking arrangements where you are doing sex work, then that's something that you have to you got to really think about that. It's not just this easy money. If you do not want to do sex work, then I really feel like ultimately it will take a toll on you. Anyway, how the fuck did we end up on? We started talking about my day being on set, and then we talked about how not everything in life works out the way you think it's going to be, and that's okay, and you just kind of got to pivot, yada yada yada. And then of course, telling one of my former jobs, which was working at a Korean karaoke club. And then we got on this topic, which we've definitely discussed before, about yachting and sugar daddy stuff. Oh, fee pics. Yep. Okay. Anyway, we are just yapping away here. So the plan for tonight is basically I'm trying to not pass out. I'm just kidding. I'm okay. I'm good. But I don't have a very long stream in me. If we get to our 66.6 sub goal, we will watch Titanic 666 tonight. I do want to cover a couple of things. Like I want to cover the Isla Fisher, Sacha Baron Cohen divorce. I want to look at that. I want to look at Dragon on me. Thank you for the 10 gifties. Thank you so much, Dragon Army. We must talk about Jojo Siwa. Yes, we have to watch Jojo Siwa's new music video and talk about it. We also must... What's another must that we have? Jojo Siwa... Isla Fisher. Oh, I want to look at the letter. I want to look at the letter of the actual cool Jewish creatives who signed a letter in support of Jonathan Glazer. Apparently JoJo Siwa stole a song. That's what I was seeing. We'll look into that. And then we have to talk about Dwayne The Rock Johnson. And then that's about all I have on the list for today of things that I was scrolling around seeing on Twitter while I was sitting on set waiting to report on the news. Okay. I'm going to run to the bathroom and let's do, hold on. Let's start off with the divorce announcement. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Oofda. Oofda. Okay, so this might be the funniest way I've ever seen a divorce announced. I can't think of another celebrity divorce announcement that has been this hilarious and casual. It wasn't even an Instagram post. It was an Instagram story. It's this. This is Isla Fisher's Instagram story. And it's an old picture, I think, an older picture of them dressed in tennis whites. And the caption says, or the text says, after a long tennis match lasting over 20 years, we are finally putting our rackets down. Starting off with a metaphor. Great. In 2023, we jointly filed to end our marriage. So this was last year. And I'm going to give some thoughts on why I think she's posting this now. We have always prioritized our privacy and have been quietly working through this change. We forever share in our devotion and love for our children. We sincerely appreciate your respecting our family's wish for privacy. So, Silly Goose, thank you for the tier 1. It's really interesting that as Sacha Baron Cohen has had a spout of bad PR, Isla Fisher posted the announcement that they are divorced and that they've been divorced since 2023. And now it, by her account here, it was jointly, so it was a mutual thing. But it is interesting that she is separating herself in the public's eye from Sacha Baron Cohen who has taken a lot of L's. He's a piece of shit, so he deserves it. But Goosey, thank you so much for the gifted. She's like, don't ask me about the shit he's on. It does kind of feel like, hey guys, by the way, I'm not married to him anymore. I mean, that's kind of the read that I'm getting on this. I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe it was literally finalized today. I don't know why she would feel the need to post once it was finalized. I think like the jointly filing to end our marriage, because most of the times when you see celebrity divorce stories, it's when they have decided to separate. It's the Hugh Jackman and his wife Deborah are separating after 23 years of marriage together. It's not like the day the divorce is official necessarily, then the announcement comes out. So I don't know. I kind of like to think that it is her saying he's not my problem. I have nothing to do with him anymore. So all the shit that people are talking on Sacha Baron Cohen currently, leave me out of it. It's crazy not even to post a story. I cannot get over that it is an Instagram story and not even an Instagram post. Destiny, thank you for the 4 months. Wouldn't it be funny if it was that Destiny? Thank you so much, Destiny, for subscribing for 4 months. Sacha Baron Cohen and Isla Fisher are calling it quits. The actors announced in an Instagram story on Friday. So apparently he posted the same one as well. By the looks of it, news dropped of this a few days ago in some outlets. Oh, okay. Interesting. After, and then there's the post. Fisher, 48, and Cohen, 52, married on March 15th, 2010. They share 3 children. The pair first met in 2001 at a party in Sydney, Australia. They got engaged in 2004 and welcomed their first child in 2007. Following a 6-year... Yeah, they've been together for fucking ever. She's almost 50. Yeah. 2 more children were born in 2010 and 2015. They celebrated 20 years together in December 2021 with touching tributes to one another on social media. The news of their split comes a week after Rebel Wilson revealed that the Borat star is the actor she refers to as a massive asshole in her upcoming memoir, Rebel Rising. Baron Cohen has denied Wilson's claims. I also like to think that Isla Fisher is, even though I have not seen her post anything pro-Palestinian, I'd like to think that she had enough of her husband's Zionist bullshit, his dehumanization of Palestinian people, and she went, see ya, bitch. Rebel Wilson's this is from 2 days ago. Okay. Rebel Wilson's allegations, a catalyst in Sacha Baron Cohen, Isla Fisher's split announcement. All right. Again, this is all speculation, but the timing is pretty funny. Sock said Sacha was funny and clever, seemed woke for years, but turned out to be a piece of shit. Yeah, if you look back on some of his stuff, though, it is... some of it is, like, problematic. You know, he hasn't been squeaky clean. I just think that she signed a letter on October 23rd, but I mean, I guess that's long enough ago. She may have changed. To be fair, a fuck ton of celebrities signed letters in those early days who have since then signed opposite letters. Signed letters that are condemning Israel's genocide of Palestinians. So remember, in those early weeks, there were so many fucking letters being signed, and there were so many celebrities putting their names on things. And I didn't want to excuse them, but I also think it was I also think it was one of those things that for some celebrities, they were just blindly signing things. Maybe their teams were like, hey, do you want to sign this? And, you know, to condemn the attack on Israelis, yada, yada. And they signed it and then came to their fucking senses as the horrors continued for months. Celebs sign letters so they don't have to do anything of substance, can evade accusations of silence. Yeah. There were, I mean, then, you know, there were a lot of celebrities that signed a letter thanking Joe Biden, like that kind of stuff. Eric Andre was in that letter. He was at a pro-Palestine march. Exactly. There were a lot of celebrities who signed those early letters who since then have demonstrated their support for Palestinians. Today it was revealed that Sacha Baron Cohen and Isla Fisher are getting a divorce. Now reports reveal that Rebel Wilson was a catalyst for the public announcement. The Sun, my favorite source, has reported that Wilson's sexual harassment allegations against Baron Cohen in her memoir Rebel Rising prompted Fisher to publicly announce the split. It's understood that the Wedding Crashers actress spoke to her lawyers about a separation last year. An insider told The Sun, Rebel's book was a catalyst in Isla deciding to announce this to the world. She's got her own career and reputation to worry about. Those close to her said it was starting to get embarrassing with all the allegations that were spilling out of Rebel's book. She felt as though it was the right thing to do to inform everyone of their decision. Look, guys. Look, I understand that none of this is actually confirmed. And that's why I'm saying I do think it's funny to consider that this all happened because Sacha Baron Cohen's reputation has been going down, down, down. And Isla Fisher went, I am no longer part of this package. This is not a package deal. So let me just go ahead and tell the public that I'm single. I love the source, an insider that I know. An insider source tells The Sun. Whenever you see something like that, of course you have to take it with a grain of salt, but Sacha, on the other hand, did not want that. He's been making as though it's business as usual before they made this announcement. The couple are believed to still be living together in Los Angeles and London. However, the pair allegedly told friends they had called it quits last year and have been living separate lives. Yeah. Weird that they mentioned Wedding Crashers and not her magnum opus, Now You See Me Too. Yeah. Bad journalism. Irresponsible journalism. So anyway, Isla Fisher's on the market. Boys, girls, and NBs. In case anybody ever had a dream of being with this redheaded, gorgeous lady, now you have a shot. Why are we not talking about Confessions of a Shopaholic? True. She has a lot of magnum opie. This is the letter that she's... Okay, yeah, is this the Joe Biden letter? Thank you, Joe Biden, Gal Gadot, Chris Rock, Constance Wu, Sacha Baron Cohen, and dozens more A-listers praise POTUS for Israel's stance and hostage releases. So, of course, you have names on here of some reoccurring characters like Amy Schumer, Sasha. Let's see who else was on here. Ari Greenberg. I mean, people in the biz who have been very consistent with their Zionist stances, going further than signing a letter. You know what I'm saying? Going further than signing a letter thanking Joe Biden in the days after October 7th. Yeah, this is from October 23rd. The full letter said, "Thank you for your unshakable moral conviction, leadership, and support for the Jewish people who have been terrorized by Hamas since the group's founding over 35 years ago, and for the Palestinians who have also been terrorized, oppressed, and victimized by Hamas for the last 17 years that the group has been governing Gaza. We all want the same thing: freedom for Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace. Freedom from the brutal violence spread by Hamas, and most urgently in this moment, freedom for the hostages." Again, you guys, this was October 23rd. And since then, a lot of people, not just celebrities, but normal people who I think would have agreed with this sentiment here and not understood what was going on deeper than this, you know, it was like the history of what Palestinians have endured. I think that since then a lot of people have evolved their stances, and especially considering how many Palestinians have been killed in the last 6 months and just the atrocious humanitarian crisis that's been ongoing. So, you know, it's one of those things where the aftermath was rough because of how many people demonstrated that they did not understand the plight of the Palestinian people and what they had been enduring for decades, and instead saw this as a war of Hamas, you know, Hamas versus Israelis, due to ethnic and religious reasons, and that was all they understood. That was all that they knew. Like, I would not say everyone who signed this letter is a Zionist. Obviously, people like Amy Schumer and Sacha Baron Cohen, who have, in addition to this, expressed their beliefs, like in their own words, and are Zionists through and through. Anyway, let's look at a different letter. Let's look at, oh my God, I just have to show you this. This is so funny. Okay, Anya Taylor-Joy. How does that goat look exactly like Anya Taylor-Joy? Oh my God. When animals look like people, when animals look like individuals, it's literally it's everything. Everything about this goat looks like Anya Taylor-Joy. Okay, anyway, here is the letter that I want to look at. Joaquin Phoenix, Elliot Gould, Chloe Fineman, and more than 150 other Jewish creatives have signed an open letter in support of Jonathan Glazer's Oscars speech. The list of 151 signees obtained by Variety also includes Phoenix's sister, Rain, three-time Oscar nominee Deborah Winger, May December director Todd Haynes, Sorry to Bother You, Helmer Boots Riley, acclaimed filmmaker Joel Cohen, Room director Lenny Abramson, Arrested Development star David Cross, documentarian Amy Berg, Barbie actor Hari Neff, legendary playwright Tom Stoppard, former Focus Pictures CEO James Schmassis, Seamus, comedian Kate Berlant, You Hurt My Feelings director Nicole Holofcener, Secrets and Lies auteur Mike Lee, Passages filmmaker Ira Sachs, Gossip Girl actor and writer Tavi Gevinson, The Princess Bride actor Wallace Shawn, what a king, Bottoms director Emma Seligman, Mistress America star Lola Kirk, Zola Helmer, Janixa Bravo, who is also the ex-wife of Brett Gelman. I had no idea. I didn't know that Janixa Bravo was previously married to Brett Gelman. Brett Gelman, who is one of the most disgusting cretins and who has been he is an insect that I want to smash with my foot, and was previously married to Janixa Bravo, who directed Zola and who has also signed this letter. So you gotta love that. Broad City stars Ilana Glazer and Abby Jacobson, and IndieWire film critic David Ehrlich. Variety has reached out to personal representatives for many of the signatories, as well as independently reviewed documents confirming their participation. So the reason why that this was included in here is because the other letter that this is a rejection of was the one that, quote unquote, 1,000 Jewish creatives sign a letter condemning Jonathan Glazer's statements. However, that letter was a Google Doc. Anybody could put any name on it, and there was no verification process. So people started fucking around. There was the name From the River to the Sea. From the River to the Sea signed that letter. And there were a lot of names on the list that everybody went, who the fuck is this? Probably because they were nobodies or because they were totally made up. Legitimately, the only person, in my opinion, of note who signed that list or who signed that letter was Jennifer Jason Lee. That was the one where I went, ugh. But other than that, what? Michael Rappaport, actor / disruptor. Michael Rappaport. You know things are bad. You know things are bad when Michael Rappaport is one of the faces of your movement. Michael Rappaport. Nobody should ever be relying on Michael Rappaport. Nobody should ever be standing shoulder to shoulder with that corpse. Michael Rappaport looks like he's been dead for 2 years. He's always doing the most for 2K Twitter likes. If even that! Bro, Michael Rappaport is so... His brain is so filled with worms that even after Israel admitted culpability in the WCK bombing, Michael Rappaport was still tweeting and commenting under posts that it was Hamas. Human herpes virus. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is a perfect way to describe him. He literally looks like human herpes virus. The human version. Like if you take the herpes, it's Michael Rappaport. He called a black woman an ape, and I've been wanting to whip his ass ever since. Yeah, he is a fucking loser. He is a loser, and he has been able to use Israel and Zionism as a way to have a second act. It's like him hanging out with Eve Fartlow and Deborah Messing. It is embarrassing. It is truly embarrassing for famous Zionists, for celebrity Zionists, that Michael Rappaport is leading the charge. Like, if I were a Zionist, I would pause and go, you know what? Not loving that one of our spokespeople is Michael Rappaport. I don't know if I can be associated with this. This is a bad look. The guy who gets chomped in half in Deep Blue Sea. Oh, God. This is their hero, the load-mouth potato head. Why does he always have scabs on his face? This man always has scabs on his face. Like open sores on his face. God, he is awful to look at. Him and Eve Fartlow together, genuinely, they are not doing the Zionist movement any favors, okay? He is vile inside and out. Anyway, so let's get back to this letter here. His own body is rejecting him. His own body is like, dude, I don't want you. Zionists famously not sending their best. Yeah. In a statement to Variety. Okay, so anyway, this part here where they're saying that they reached out to personal reps because it's important now at this state, like with these letters, that they're verified, that this isn't something that some rep is signing for, you know, on behalf of their client. And also that it's not just anybody can put their name down on it. And Variety prints it as 1,000 Jewish creatives in Hollywood condemn Jonathan Glazer. Yeah, except there's a link to the Google form for this letter. That's not how things go. So this is how it should be. This is how it should be. There should be verification that every celebrity who signs a letter like this has confirmed their participation. In a statement to Variety, Ilana Glazer said, I signed this letter to help counter the climate of silencing that many workplaces and industries are facing around Israel's war on Gaza, now entering its seventh month. This controversy surrounding Jonathan Glazer is just one example. Added Seamus, it has been weeks since Jonathan Glazer's acceptance speech at the Academy Awards, but as we're reminded by this week's unconscionable killing of 7 World Center kitchen aid workers and of countless more Palestinian civilians, his plea for humanity has only become more urgent, as has our duty as Jewish creatives to protest the vicious smear campaign waged against him. After Glazer's Holocaust drama, The Zone of Interest won the Oscar for Best International Feature at the March 10th ceremony, the director used his speech to address the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. All our choices were made to reflect and confront us in the present, not to say, look what they did then, but rather look what we do now. Our film shows where dehumanization leads at its worst. It's shaped all of our past and present, Glazer said. Right now, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness and the Holocaust being hijacked by an occupation which has led to conflict for so many innocent people. Whether the victims of October the 7th in Israel, or the ongoing attack on Gaza, all the victims of this dehumanization, how do we resist? Okay. His words were met with both backlash and praise, and then there was the 1,000 Jewish creatives and execs who supposedly signed this letter. Glazer has yet to publicly address the backlash to the speech, but earlier this week, the director donated 7 signed Zone of Interest posters to a Cinema for Gaza auction raising money for medical aid for Palestinians. Can I just say, and maybe this is, I just want to be clear, David, thank you so much for the bits. Jesus. I'm really enjoying this important conversation. Well, thank you so much. Very, very generous of you. I just want to say, I obviously want as much money raised for the people in Gaza, and that's what this auction is doing. If you don't know what auction this is, I will show you. I was posting about it in the Discord. There's a bunch of celebrities who have all auctioned off items, and I think they're already over at $100,000 total with all the auction items, and it doesn't even close for another week. And so most important thing is the maximum amount of money raised, but I I also want to win the Zoom conversation with Melissa Barrera or the Zoom conversation with Io Debris. I haven't put my bid in yet because I'm one of those last minute bidders where I wait to see what it's at on the last day. But I'm like, dang it. But also I want it to be $1 million, you know? I want as much money raised as possible. But it would be really very cool if I could get one of those. I wonder if they let you stream the Zoom call. I feel like Melissa would let me stream the Zoom call. I would say to her, yo, my community loves you. We've been talking about you since all that shit went down. Like, I would just explain to her that it's, you know, it's a very friendly community to her. I was thinking Io would. I feel like Io would as well. Anyway, I would absolutely die for either of those. There's a lot of good ones on here. Really, a lot of good ones. And you want to know what's awesome is that when the auction started off, there were maybe 20 to 30 items. There are now 122. There were new items added today. For instance, Io Debris, a personal curated Google map, plus a Zoom call raving about her favorite restaurants. A tea spilling session over Zoom with director Emma Seligman, who did Bottoms and Shiva Baby. Stellan Skarsgård signed Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again gold record. So there's so many auction items that have been added even today. And now it's at a total of 121 items, which is awesome. Because basically what happened is more and more celebrities saw that this was going on and went, oh, I want to be a part of this. I want to donate something. I want to donate an item. I want to donate my time. I want to be a part of this auction raising money for people in Palestine. Do you think Io watching your streams? Io watches every single stream. She's a member of the Quantarage. Have I seen Yeah, I love Shiva Baby. It's so good. I think it should be classified as a horror film. Dude, I'd do anything for that Mamma Mia gold record. It's a pretty sick item. Okay, so anyway, Jonathan Glazer is a king. I love the fact that he's ignored all the psycho haters and instead doubled down by donating an item to this auction. Jonathan Glazer, he's the fucking best because this is a dude who makes a movie every 10 years. He's not a part of the Hollywood machine. He's from the UK. He's an incredible filmmaker. But again, it's not like he's churning out films. And he's ignoring all the noise. Like he's not even bothering to address it because he doesn't need to. He's not thinking like, oh my God, I have to do some PR here. Oh, fuck. I probably screwed myself in Hollywood. This man is not in Hollywood. No. So instead, he donated 7 signed Zone of Interest posters to the auction. Got his Oscar, dropped a base take, and left. Yeah. So one of the important things in this letter is... One of the important things in the letter is this part here. Their attacks on Glazer are a dangerous distraction from Israel's escalating military campaign, which has already killed over 32,000 Palestinians in Gaza and brought hundreds of thousands to the brink of starvation. Because that's exactly right. As Zionists in Hollywood are screaming at someone like Jonathan Glazer, and and Zionists online are screaming about anti-Semitism and blood libel, they are purposefully distracting from the reality of what's going on in Gaza. As they're screaming about an Oscar speech, every single day, more Palestinians are dying, and non-Palestinians as well. So I thought it was really important in this letter that they pointed that out. That they're like, you are talking about a speech that someone made at an Oscar ceremony. Meanwhile, Israel continues to kill Palestinians and to kill aid workers. Like, that is the reality. Do you not see? Do you not see what is going on here? That you are acting as if the problem is Jonathan Glazer, and you're completely ignoring all the people who are dying, or all the people who are starving. Anyway, this is a list of people who are actually very talented, and I do not think I don't think that it is something that goes unnoticed or should go unnoticed, that the people who signed this list, who were actually verified, are some of the best talent that we have in Hollywood. If you take the signees of this list versus the signees of the anti-Jonathan list, it's embarrassing. The difference in talent, the difference in quality. You know? That's what I'm saying. People who are on Israel's side here still, you gotta wake up and realize that the hot and talented people are on the other side. Sorry, obviously I'm being, I'm being goofy with it, but you know what I'm saying, where time and time again, when we look at who's on the right side here and who's on the wrong side, and you go, "Ooh, the wrong side just looks wrong. Like, y'all are not killing it." I'll be siding with the Jewish creators putting out slappers. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to see the full letter and all the signees on this list, I just love that Brett Gelman's ex-wife, Janica Bravo, who is an amazing talent, signed this list. God, can you imagine being married to that guy? Quick interruption. Goat Anya, remind me of this tweet. Anya Taylor-Joy and Emma Stone if they were cats. Wait, why is that so true? Why is this so true? It's so accurate, you guys. Holy shit. Basically, any animal that has wide set eyes and a tiny little nose is gonna look like Anya Taylor-Joy. The second one is literally the cover of Poor Things. This is Bella Baxter. Hi, I'm Bella Baxter. Why does that cat look like that? I don't know. Okay, what else did I say I want to look at? Oh, I want to look at The Rock. So, y'all, The Rock is fuck, where is it? I'm just gonna look it up. The Rock is an example of someone who is a celebrity who gives his political opinions, and it really is like, who asked? The Rock is the epitome of, you know what? Not every celebrity needs to give their opinions. Because every time he speaks, every time he says something, he's stupid. He kind of sucks. Here's the video interview. Okay, great. Thank you. Where the fuck is my volume? Hold on. Farley, hold on. Am I insane? Where's the volume? Oh.
Returning to the ring for WrestleMania.
Okay, hold on. Wait, what the hell? Maybe I'm part of Titanic 666 because I swear I heard him ringing his bell. And I just got up and he wasn't at the door. And I looked over at the couch and he raised his head because he had been sleeping. Like, Mama, what are you talking about? What the heck? Maybe I'm just so used to him ringing the bell. I could have sworn I heard it. The voices.
40.
But first, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson sat down with co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend, Will Kane.
Will Kane
What's up,
joins
guys?
us live.
Yeah, and I'll be going to WrestleMania on Sunday. I was really excited
Oh, my God.
when The Rock reached out. He wanted to do Fox and Friends. And he's a fascinating guy. By the way, hour of which is on the Will
Why
Kane show
does he
today.
wanna do
Fascinating
Fox and
conversation.
Friends?
We're way over our time budget. We talked about life, legacy. We talked about wrestling, him turning heel. But he told me, look, Will, I'm an independent. And he made an endorsement. Politically, he said, I'm an independent. He made an endorsement in 2020, and everybody remembers. And that's one of the things I wanted to ask him about. How do you feel about that endorsement? How do you feel about America? Here's what he had to say. So I want to ask you this. What is it that you believe that is important to you no matter its popularity?
To be real and to be direct and to be open and to be transparent. And as you and I have talked about, if you ask me a direct question, I'm always going to give you a direct answer, whatever it is. And that's important to me.
All right,
and
why are you
authenticity.
bald?
We hear that word a lot. But that's important to me. And I feel like, I mean, we could go down the well here, but in today's easy cancel culture world and cancel culture, woke culture.
Okay, now I'm going to stop him right there. Suffering Soul, thank you for the 11 months. No, Dwayne, no, you're doing the reactionary shit. You're doing the buzzwords shit. Cancel culture and woke culture. My guy. You are AAPI, buddy. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. You know what? We need to ban this word. We need to ban this word because it doesn't have meaning anymore. The original meaning of woke is now not applied to how it's mostly used, okay? Most of the people who use the word woke are using it incorrectly. They have just made it up and use it to refer to anything and anyone that is not straight, white, and male, okay? You see one queer person in a Marvel movie, woke. You see a woman who becomes the CEO of a corporation, wokeism. Woke is anything I don't like, and the people who are using the word don't like anything that is not straight and white, okay? My God. Like, bro, you play back. I don't like, bro, what are you talking about? Bro, you are Asian representation in Hollywood. A couple years ago, it was something like 13% of all Asian roles in films were played by The Rock. It actually might be higher than that. I can never remember the statistic, but it is something absolutely insane like that. He's like 1/6 of all Asian roles. Yeah. Buddy, what are you... Stop. Holy shit. Female pilots are behind the plane issues. Yes, wokeism is why the planes are falling apart. And it's because of female pilots. I sent you his Chinese accent clip, right? Yes, we watched that.
That really bugs me. And in the spirit of that...
And you know what? You know what someone needs to do here? And of course, it's not going to happen on Fox and Friends. Someone needs to say to Dwayne, what do you think woke culture is? That's what we have to do every single time now. When someone is throwing the word woke around, wokeism, woke culture, everything's woke now. Go, what does that mean? Can you define that? Because I want to hear a Pacific Islander man explain what he means when he is describing, when he's talking about woke culture, because he's talking about it in a negative way. Is the woke in the room with us now, Dwayne? Dwayne, can you point to the wokeism? And he points to himself. The crazy thing is that Dwayne being the lead of a Marvel film, is that Black Adam? Is Black Adam Marvel? You guys are gonna be like, that's DC! Black Adam is DC! Whatever. Okay. It is DC. Nerd, actually, that's DC. You guys know it's interchangeable for me. But the point is that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who is a Pacific Islander man, being the lead in a DC film is what Fox people, Fox News people, and what the same people he's hanging out with would refer to as wokeism. That's what's so fucking ironic. Like, Dwayne, do you understand that those are examples that these people look at and describe as woke culture?
You either, in the spirit of that, you either succumb and be what you think other people want you to be, or you go, well, no, that's not who I am. I'm going to be myself, and I'm going to be real.
What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean?
A real answer is important, and the truthful answer is important. And
what are you talking about?
Get people upset. It may piss people off, and that's okay. But it took me some time to recognize that. At first, I
don't understand how he's linking cancel culture and woke culture to the need for authenticity, the need to be real. Oh my God, this man is dumb as fuck.
In a way, adverse to fame, and I didn't understand the power of it, how it could swing both ways. And finally, as I got down the road a little bit and started achieving some notoriety, a little bit of success here and there, I start to realize, oh man, this is a superpower. The fame is a superpower when used correctly, I believe, when you could use it to influence people and also use it to influence other people in terms of, again, being direct and being honest.
What is
So let's
he
be direct.
saying?
Let's be honest. There was a time that you used your fame, and it was a time that not everybody was happy. And that was a few years ago.
That's right.
And you made a very big point. You said, I've never done this before.
I have never publicly endorsed a presidential candidate or a vice presidential candidate. So I figured let's kick this conversation off this way by me officially publicly endorsing you both.
Are you happy that you made that endorsement in 2020? Are you happy with the state of America?
Am I happy with the state of America right now? Well, that answer is no. Do I believe we're going to get better? I believe in that. I'm an optimistic guy, and I believe we can get better. The endorsement that I made years ago with Biden was one I thought was the best decision for me at that time. And I thought back
Do
then,
not let the
when we
rock
talk
cook.
about, hey, you know, I'm in this position where I have some influence, and it's my job then. I felt like that then. It's my job now to exercise my influence and share with this is who I'm going to endorse. Am I going to do that again this year? That answer is no. I'm not going to do that, because what I realized, what that caused.
I love the funny thing about it. Wait, what's this guy's name? This is Will Kane. He was a trash cast away from ESPN. He wasn't good at sports talk radio, but he was openly racist, so he found a home on Fox. Sick. Awesome. Yeah, that's the only requirement. I like that Will Kane, when they're talking about The Rock being real and being authentic, goes, yeah, but like you haven't always, like you've made mistakes in the past. With the idea, of course, being that The Rock endorsing Biden but not endorsing Trump was what the mistake was here. Now, that's not what The Rock is saying, but that is what Will Kane of Fox News is obviously getting at, where he's like, you and I both know that, you know, you haven't been perfect in that department, that you have messed up in the past, and that mess up was when you publicly endorsed Joe Biden. And The Rock is he I don't know if it's he doesn't know because he's really dumb, or he really is maybe just MAGA, but he's missing that is what the position Will Kane is coming from. Is that Trump better than Biden? So endorsing Biden was a big mistake. I want to be real with people. That's why I will not be speaking about stuff this time, because people got mad, and that made me sad. Do I think this is a business pivot? I don't know. I really don't know. Because The Rock is one of the biggest fucking stars in Hollywood. For real. He's one of the biggest action stars. I thought we were about to get an A24 Rock movie. The Rock is The Rock. I really don't I really don't know how I don't see him as needing to start grifting. You know, I don't think this is a grift per se. I don't think he's going down the grifter path. I don't know. He just seems really dumb. He's literally a rock. Remember that, guys. He's literally a rock.
Back then was something that tears me up in my guts back then and now, which is division. And that got me. The takeaway after that,
you endorsing
months and months
Biden
and
was
months,
the
I started to
division in
realize,
this
like,
country.
Oh man, that caused an incredible amount of division in our country.
Bautista
so
is better.
I realize now, going into this election, I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't do that, because my goal is to bring our country together. I believe in that in my DNA. So in the spirit of that, there's going to be no endorsement. Not that I'm afraid of it at all,
guys,
but it's just I realize
dumb.
that this level of influence, I'm going to keep my politics to myself.
Some
And I
might
think it's
say
between
he's
me and the
hitting
ballot
rock
box.
bottom.
But I will tell you this. While, like a lot of us out there, not trusting of all politicians, I do trust the American people, and I trust that whoever they vote for, that's going to be my president, and that's who I'm going to support 100%.
As you mentioned, you're
Nobody should ever let The Rock cook, man. No one should let The Rock cook. This is an example of someone saying words that are so meaningless. This is the most middle of the road, dumb fuck shit. I trust the American people. So whoever the American people pick is who I'm going to support. What? Yeah, we can smell what The Rock is cooking, and the oven's not on. That's the thing. The oven's not even on. I don't know. To me, this seems like a rare example. I know people have floated The Rock for president. I know. But I can also see this as a rare example of somebody saying these things who is not purposefully grifting. I really think that this is just how The Rock's mind works. I think that's what's going on upstairs. Kind of just a dumb guy. But of course, Fox News is happy to have him on. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading the whole situation wrong. Maybe The Rock actually is very politically savvy. Maybe he actually is leaning into the, I don't know, reactionary type grift. But it doesn't seem like that. It just seems like he's kind of a dumb guy.
Very influential. To the point of this, we talked about it. Mm-hmm. You running for president. People talk about it. You've talked about it.
Yes.
So are you going to ever seriously
run like
for
a
president?
rock.
Answer that question seriously, consider it seriously, and make that that mountaintop run for president?
As of now, no. That's not my intention. Will, I'm not a politician. I'm not into politics. I care deeply about our country. I'm a patriot, and I believe you are too, as well. And right now, my desire and my priorities are my babies and school drop-offs and pickups and things like that. That's important to me. I also feel like in the spirit of bringing people together and bringing our country together, I don't know if that's the right move at this point. Possible. I don't know. So truth is,
as of now, you said.
As of now.
So, you know, what I would say to you guys is this. First of all, I do believe this man is a good man who wants to do well. A lot of people ask about Maui. I can say firsthand, he gave millions of dollars away to thousands of people. And for what it's worth, I called him and Nick Khan, the president of WWE, and they called Dana White. And I knew of a gym that got burned down in Lahaina. And I said, listen, this guy needs his gym rebuilt. He needs everything. And it was 2 seconds. It was stop, done. And they sent it. It'll be there next week. Everything they need, the punching bags, the heavy bag.
My question is, why are we even talking about The Rock? I mean, look, it's Fox News. Okay, they'll do this all day long. But who asked? Who asked what The Rock thinks of current politics in this country? What is the point? Why are we talking about The Rock donating money to Maui in relation to him offering his thoughts on the state of the country with its problems of cancel culture and woke culture? Like, this just... I listen to this and I go, who wanted this? Who asked for this? Who really needed to know what The Rock thinks? Who needs to know what The Rock thinks on anything? Can't think of many people whose opinion I care less about. Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't think I've ever thought to myself, You know what? I really wish that I knew what The Rock was thinking. I really wish I knew what The Rock had to say about any and all of this. Imagine the content, though, if he ran for prez. Honestly, it would just it would just continue the legacy of Donald Trump. The Rock would not be Donald Trump, but the same sensationalizing, the same people obsessed with the celebrity that is The Rock, you know? What does The Rock have to say about Isla Fisher's divorce? Actually, those are the important questions. Okay? I don't give a shit what The Rock has to say about Joe Biden and Donald Trump or cancel culture. I want to know what The Rock thinks about Isla Fisher being back on the market. His ego took 2 massive consecutive L's in the wake of Black Adam, and then the debacle that was him and Oprah asking people for donations after the Lahaina fire. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think he's kind of spiraling. Huh. I don't know. I gotta be honest. I really don't pay attention to The Rock, so I haven't seen The Rock or thought like, oh, things aren't really good for The Rock. He's kind of spiraling, et cetera, et cetera. The last time that I've thought about The Rock or talked about him was when the announcement for the A24 movie was coming out. But otherwise, he's just not somebody that I find... He's not somebody that I find that I'm interested in, is what I'll say. I'm not somebody who watches a movie because The Rock is in it. In fact, I usually go, this movie's probably not going to be that great. It'll probably be a very specific type of film, just like all of The Rock films. So he's just not somebody whose life I follow, whose career I follow. I don't know. And I never watched WWE, so I don't even, it's not as if I was a fan of The Rock from then. J Reality has also confirmed that Fox has a massive deal with WWE. This could all be a persona he's building for the upcoming WrestleMania, which is very close. I don't know. You guys would know more about that than I would. What persona would that be, though? Because this is really Go Girl, Give Us Nothing. You know, it's not like The Rock said anything that was like some crazy character. It was Go Girl, Give Us Nothing. He literally said, I'm not left or right, like whatever the American people decide, that's what I will support. You just gotta be real and your true self. What are those words? He said a lot of words, but nothing interesting about them. What is his persona gonna be? Destroying woke culture? What is he gonna be? The anti-woke killing machine? Many words, zero meaning. The Rock is gonna slam woke culture off the top rope. I don't know. We'll see. Look, if this is setting the stage, then I guess we'll find out when WWE comes back or whatever the fuck he's doing with WWE. I see this more in the context of Biden's decline than anything to do with The Rock. The Rock is a normie who brushed up against politics in 2020 because of the particular cultural moment. Now that we are 4 years out, Biden seems unpopular. It's a pretty understandable result. I see what you're saying, but I don't think that does apply to The Rock. And what I have to say is, funny enough, it's not that I have a problem with The Rock not endorsing Joe Biden. And in fact, I think right now, until the genocide stops in Palestine, not a single celebrity should endorse Joe Biden. So it's not that my take on this is I can't believe The Rock is not publicly endorsing Joe Biden and regrets that he did so 4 years ago. It was his talking about cancel culture and woke culture, and then the "Go Girl, Give Us Nothing" on his other comments when it comes to politics. So I think for him, I think for The Rock, he wants as little controversy, as little hate as possible. And so that's why he is "Go Girl, Give Us Nothing." He's not on the left. He's not on the right. He's not, nothing to do with Biden, nothing to do with Trump, everything to do with just the American people. That was the conclusion there. He said, "I trust the American people." So he's trying to appeal to 330 million people by saying, "I trust every single one of you. You are the only ones who I care about in this whole thing." The woke bad is a red flag, yes. Of course. I mean, woke culture bad, cancel culture, yada yada. That's very reactionary type BS. But again, I'm not convinced that The Rock is doing the whole reactionary grift. Like, the people who use those terms, the ones who have been the driving force behind those terms being so bastardized and so misused and misrepresented are ones who do so because it's a value to them. And I just am not convinced that The Rock is that savvy necessarily. Yeah, I'm not afraid to say things that make people mad. Also, I'm sad I said something that caused division. That's The Rock being like, "I'm gonna be honest. I'm not afraid to be direct. I'm gonna be my most authentic self." But then also goes, "I will never say who I'm voting for." Yeah, that's so true. He goes, "That's between me and the ballot box." But he started off by saying, "If you ask me what I think, I'll be direct." Oh, that's funny. I could see the thinking being as simple as I hear Fox complain about woke stuff and cancel culture, so I throw those words in there. Well, also, it could just be The Rock. It could just be The Rock at his age being like a lot of our parents and older people who are not MAGA. They're not on the right, but they also use the terms cancel culture and woke culture. It's not just something that is strictly used on the right. It's just that right-wing politicians and commentators have latched onto those terms and used it to describe all progress and all diversity. Like, they have pushed their agendas on the backs of cancel culture and wokeism. But like, I remember hearing my mom use the term wokeism once, and I said, "Okay, you know what? Tell me what you think that means." Because it is something that is just in the lexicon now, whether you're left or not left, whether you're like liberal or Republican or centrist, whatever. The destruction of normalcy. Right. So it's just a very, very overused term. And so I think it's maybe where I could see The Rock just being someone who has bought into that shit. but isn't doing it, isn't using those words because he's trying to, you know, he's trying to get on his grifting arc. Anyway, I feel like I've spent entirely too much time talking about something that really is that really I don't think merits this much discussion. We have spent all this time we're basically debating whether or not The Rock is really just dumb or if there's an ulterior motive here. Like, trying to parse through his statements and go, so is he just stupid, or do we think that there's something, like, us trying to ascribe a deeper meaning to what he's saying by being like, maybe it has to do with WWE, maybe it has to do with him running for president, there's gotta be like some angle here, like we're trying to find the angle, and it might be that he just does not, he's just not a great intellectual. He got called woke for letting his daughters put makeup on him, so maybe he's insecure about that. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But my thing is, if The Rock doesn't agree and thinks that it was just some cute thing that his daughters were doing, which it was, okay, it was a cute thing. This is where the dumb factor comes in, where you're using the word woke in the way that people on the right use the term to describe your daughters putting makeup on you, to describe people of color, like multiple people of color in a superhero movie, like Black Adam. The disconnect there. The disconnect, right? Go, you're using this in the same way that they do, but to describe your life. Fellas, is it gay to bond with your daughters? Is it, fellas, is it woke? Is it woke to bond with your daughters?
Quan rate 6 months, let's go. Always going to love your streams.
Wallaby Beatles,
really
thank you for the 6 months.
Fox to say. All of that.
Guckus, thank you for the 3 months. All right, I'm over talking about The Rock. Let's watch Jojo Siwa's video. Actually, before we get to that, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Jojo Siwa allegedly stealing someone's song from 2022 and putting it out as her own. Okay, whoa. Okay, so this is apparently the original from 2022. Some of my exes are vain. Some of them fucked me with heaven. But pleasure don't make up for pain. Some of my exes are known. Some of my exes are fame. Each of them love me so different. But all of them hurt me the same. When you choose another, make sure you do wiser. Okay, that song kind of sucks, so I just gotta move on to listen to the JoJo part.
And I will sure as hell point it out when that ad-lib comes, don't you worry. This next song is called Choose Your Fighter.
Okay, question. How do we know she stole it and didn't buy it? I'm not keeping up with JoJo's career, but perhaps did she buy the song? Has anyone found anything to say otherwise? Like, that is the exact same song. Yeah, there's no This is not a like Marvin Gaye Let's Get It On versus Ed Sheeran whatever that one song was. Where I go, me and my friends aren't. It's not where they have to go to court to determine if there's enough similarity. This is the exact same song. It's just more it's just more produced. Like, it's overly produced. Someone in chat said the girl on the right sold it. Sorry, I missed the name. Okay, I saw someone also say in the replies, I don't know if this is true, but this is the original creator saying, "Hi 2022 fans, or 2024 fans, I'm going to make a story time soon. I actually didn't sign off on it coming out with JoJo, not her fault. If my version gets love, I can still put it out after hers. Thanks for the support." What is going on here? I'm so confused. So, did the label just steal this song and then give it to JoJo Siwa? Like, is that... I have no idea. Or is this like a 1985 that was originally written by SR71, but Bowling for Soup made it popular? I think they bought it. Huh. Weird. She probably sold the beat, but didn't pay attention to her contract and sold the lyrics too. Yeah, I mean... Basically, producers make songs, they just find a singer. It's pretty common. Right, but this is literally the same. It also sounds like the same vocals. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted. That sounds like the exact same vocals. I can't hear a difference. Oh yeah, we got a hype train. If you want Titanic 666, we're currently on a hype train. We are 20-something subs away. Spooky Friday movie night. JoJo's version is worse, but the track... Well, JoJo's version is even more produced sounding, so I don't think it sounds good. Like, if you asked me to say whose voice that was, RNZ, thank you for the 5 months. If you asked me to say whose voice that was, I would have no idea at all. Okay, let's watch the music video. Hold on. JoJo Siwa. It's called Karma, right? Fahafar, thank you for the tier 1. And Paul, thank you for the 100 bits. You guys, it's not about artists. Whoa, baby! Taco Cub! Oh, shit. Taco Cub. 20 gifted subs. Almost got us over the finish line. Okay. Thaxacan, thank you for the 9 months. You guys, it's not about artists not writing their own songs. It's about a song just straight up being the exact same as one that someone else had already, like, that is someone else's song. Oh shit. Anonymous, thank you for the 2 gifted. Offline Tits, thank you for the 2 gifted. And Slamwise Ganchi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Blospam, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub. All right, we did it. We made it. Tell my mama I made it. No, the question is, why is she dressed like a less fashionable member of Kiss? Very good question. You clicked the wrong button. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how to. I think you can maybe tell Twitch it was an accident. If the producer label owned the music, lyrics, vocals are all that they can do whatever and release under whoever jail. Okay, we'll get to the jailer thing in a second. Nah, no refund needed. Well, thank you. Okay. Let's watch JoJo's video. I just have to say too that not a smoke time. Thank you for the 5. We are over the finish line and then some. Sasha H2, thank you for the 11 months, and Princess Baby Lungs, thank you for the 3 months. I just need you guys to know that I texted Cutie, and when I saw that she had canceled her late night show, I said, "Hey, just want to make sure everything's all good." And she goes, "Everything is great now because JoJo Siwa's music video just came out." Admitted flunky, thank you for the 5. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you so much for all the support. Level 8 hype train. Caesar, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Princess Baby Lungs, I just have to say that name again. That is so funny. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the support as I am streaming, even though I am very tired, but I'm happy to be here with you guys. And thank you for the level 9 hype train. Yeah, so Cutie Cinderella said nature is healing and that whatever bad day she had was fixed by JoJo Siwa's music video coming out. And sometimes with her, I don't know if she's fucking with me or if she's being serious. I genuinely do not know. So because I texted back, ha ha ha. Like, you can't possibly be serious. Nature is healing. She do be funny. Just saw Monkey Man and OMG. It was amazing. Ugh, I am dying to see it. The second that I have some free time, I'm gonna go see it. She has to be kidding. Who knows? Who knows? But anyway, let's watch JoJo Siwa's music video, which apparently to Cutie means nature is healing. What is this look? I knew that JoJo Siwa was undergoing a transformation from the previous JoJo Siwa, which was very bubblegum, very kid-friendly, very side ponytail, very, it's like youth, like sparkles, unicorns, kitty shit. And she wanted to have her Miley Cyrus bangers era. I don't keep up with JoJo as an artist, but I did know that was going on. I'm just confused what this look is. This to me is not giving Miley Cyrus's Disney Channel to bangers. That looks like a goatee. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. I'll give her more than 20 seconds. It's still Halloween kiss outfit and the dry humping on the beach and the Disney Channel vibes. Lesbians do not claim this. And like I know it doesn't help that she still gives kitty vibes. I know. That's why I feel also like every single shot with the girlies is this. It's just these constant like, ooh, we're nose to nose staring at each other's eyes. Over and over again. Okay. Well, look, I think if I listened to the song without the video, I would be bopping along to the chorus, okay? I'd probably be like, "Come as a bitch." Like I could see myself with the chorus, you know, doing a little dance. I'm trying not to be a total hater, okay? I'm trying not to be a total hater. I'm really trying not to. I'm trying to find something good in it. So that's what I'm going with. Not the full chorus. Not the full chorus. Just a little part of the chorus. I don't think it's as bad as people are making it seem. I've heard worse. Of course there's worse. There's always worse. But I don't think that like the metrics on whether or not something is good should be if there are things that are worse. I think that everything from the costumes to the aesthetics to the lyrics to the overall song, like the melody, I'm not digging it. I'm not digging it, but I am here for JoJo Siwa in her lesbian era. You know what I mean? Like burgeoning into her true self. Coming out as gay was a really big deal, especially because she was like the kids' entertainer, and she got to a point where she realized, I am an adult and I don't want to be this person anymore. I don't want to be this version of me. She had a very interesting journey from dance moms to the like JoJo Siwa to now this version of JoJo, which is her showing that she is all grown up and that she is fully out of the closet and is not holding back at all and has totally embraced who she is. And like, cool, you know, I'm happy to see her. I'm happy to see her transitioning into that.
And lock the door.
I just don't think that this is very good. Akarat, thank you for the 2 months. And that is totally fine to say. It's totally fine to say. And at the end of the day, you know, whenever we talk about art, whenever we talk about music, film, yada yada, it's always good I think to point out a positive when there deserves to be a positive, and then you can criticize everything else. That's why I pointed out that I'm happy for JoJo Siwa to have left behind the side ponytail and the kids, you know, the children as her main fandom and the sparkles and like all that jazz. The problem is that this artistry here still feels, it's still giving that vibe. It's just they've sexed it up, but it feels very Kids Bop sexed it up. Make it up to lesbians and play this video. what is this? Renee Rapp, Pretty Girls. Oh, yeah, look, the lesbians have Renee Rapp, okay? Not every lesbian has to be mother lesbian. Does not have to be like queen mother lesbian. JoJo's doing her thing. It's not for me. It's not for me, but perhaps it is for someone else. I do think going forward in her career, she needs to be surrounded by a different creative team. I don't know what the response to this has been. We will watch Renee. Yes, we will watch Renee, but I'm finishing my comments on JoJo. I don't know what the response has been so far. I haven't checked online, so I don't know if people are just totally blasting her. I think, though, it might be helpful for her next song or next video to, if there's constructive criticism, if it's not just people being like, JoJo fucking sucks, perhaps perhaps somebody in the Vulture wrote a piece. I can't see them actually reviewing JoJo Siwa's video, but something like that, where yeah, it could be good to learn from that. And so the next thing she puts out feels less it's kind of like drop the Disney Channel Kids Bopness. Just make it sexy or daring if that's what you're really trying to do. Yeah, but like it needs to really feel sexy. Like just everything from the choreography to these costumes to the constant shots like this where they're just constantly right next to each other's faces and stuff. It just was not, to me, it didn't feel real sexy. Yeah. Nothing felt personal. Nothing felt, it felt like they were trying to do the aesthetics of sexy. Like they have all these cute girls on the yacht. They've got, these sexy dresses. They've got sparkles and stuff, but it's not really feeling authentically sexy. Yeah, and I think the glitter and stuff is reminiscent of old JoJo Siwa. I think new JoJo Siwa has to totally quit it with the glitter. Just like for one video, have no glitter. You must separate from the glitter because the glitter was a big part of old JoJo Siwa. The sparkles, Anyway, those are just some notes I have because I feel like I know what she's trying to do here, and it's also based on the comments that she has made about this new era in her life and in her music, where she wants her bangers era. She wants her Miley Cyrus bad girl era. That's what she's trying to go for. Kiss defended her? Let me see. Gene Simmons defends JoJo Siwa and her Kiss-inspired look. Kiss rocker Gene Simmons is defending JoJo Siwa after folks on social media criticized her recent look, which was vastly different from her usual bright colors, sparkles, and bows. The former Nickelodeon star recently walked the red carpet at an event in Los Angeles in what many considered a Kiss-inspired look, complete with face paint, a sheer catsuit with glitter patches, and big black boots. At one point, she even posed with her tongue out, just like Simmons, who appears to be all for it. In a comment to TMZ, Simmons praised Siwa for her outfit. JoJo is cool. Anybody who doesn't get it is just jealous, period. Never be ordinary. Always be extraordinary. JoJo is extraordinary. She looks cool. Doesn't he kind of suck? Yeah. He then noted, of course, she looks like me. That's another story. This Wait, what is happening in chat? Hold on. LMAO, I'm out. Y'all in chat are so fucking mean. I have not really been reading chat, but I feel like are people really being mean? I feel like there's a lot of queer people in this community who are probably just giving their I think it's okay to I think it's okay to not like something. I mean, if someone's being homophobic, that's not fucking cool. But I don't think I would hope that's not what's going on in my community. I think it's perfectly fine. And you know what? Actually, I think it's good. I think it's good to have criticism for queer artists. We shouldn't, because JoJo is queer, she's a lesbian, doesn't mean that we should not, like, criticize or like, trying to, critique queer artists, I think is good. Anyway, as long as it doesn't cross over the line, which I don't think it is, but I have not been paying close attention to chat. Not every queer artist is going to be good at making music. Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation, I think a week ago, where I said it's okay for queer artists, for Black artists, for Asian artists to not be amazing. We should be allowed to have that. It shouldn't have to be because there's so few. I was speaking specifically about film and television, but it can apply to music as well. But I was using the example of Always Be My Maybe, where I don't think Always Be My Maybe is a great movie, but that's okay. And I think it's good to critique films or art made by marginalized folks, but also recognize that they don't have to be incredible, that they should be allowed to be mediocre. And that's fine. I think having a higher standard is what's unfair. Holding queer or artists of color to a higher standard than you would straight white artists is ass. This is a child star. What are you? What? Like, my point that I'm saying, JoJo Siwa is 20 years old, and she has repeatedly talked about how she wants the next era of JoJo Siwa. She's not a child. She's 20 years old. She seems like a child because she still gives off Kids Bop vibes. And so what my criticism, like my critique of this, is saying for JoJo Siwa to like really do the Miley Cyrus thing where she leaves Disney Channel behind and then goes into the new era of Miley, Miley grown up, bad girl Miley. You can't have the Disney Channel vibes anymore. It just doesn't work. She literally has compared herself to Miley Cyrus. And so what I'm saying is, okay, then this is not gonna be what works. You gotta lose the glitter, you gotta lose the sparkles, you gotta have better, better choreography, better artistry. Anywho. Okay, I know you guys want Renee rap. If she was a child and this was the video, we would be having a very different conversation. If JoJo Siwa was a kid and this is what the music video was, this would be totally different. what we would be saying. In fact, I don't think I would have felt comfortable even playing it on stream. I would have been like, oh, it's Nickelodeon 2.0. We would all be on a list talking about whether this child is sexy enough or not. I tried to explain it better. I think the song and music video are fucking cringe and ass. I explained in my previous message. Okay, I just want to make it clear though that there's a difference between, and this isn't just for you, but anybody else, of critiquing art by a queer artist like JoJo and then getting into territory that is really, really mean and disrespectful by like being homophobic or stuff like that, which I know my community is not like that. I know this community would not be like that. So I just feel the need to say it's okay to critique. Anyway, anywho, let's move on. No big deal. I can't stop laughing. I can't stop laughing about the person saying JoJo's a child. And I'm like, can you imagine us sitting here with a child saying, is this child sexy or not? As the child is dry humping on the beach. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, holy shit. That's fucking funny. Okay, let's watch Renee rap. Jojo Siwa is tearing us apart. Who would have thought? Who would have thought Jojo Siwa ended this community camaraderie?
You say that I'm your favorite. With your hand between my thighs. Tell me if you were gonna, that I would be the one you tried. So you inch a little closer. Say your boyfriend, he wouldn't mind. You think that I'll be flattered. It's pathetic cause you're right. In the PM, all the pretty girls, they have a couple drinks, all the pretty girls. So now they wanna kiss all the pretty girls. They got to have a taste of a pretty girl. In the AM, all the pretty girls act like it never happened in another world. Yeah, it's a blessing and it's a curse, so keep on pretending, pretty girl. All the pretty girls.
I'm sorry, this just doesn't feel fair to play after JoJo's video. Paparoni, thank you for the gifted sub.
This conversation's classic.
Look, Renee is older, okay?
This shit line by line. I like your straight jacket, but it feels like it's a little tight. And your boyfriend's cute. I say, yeah, he can come too. Yeah, we his in the morning.
She's also serving vocals.
In the PM, all the pretty girls, they have a couple drinks.
It's just a better song.
They wanna kiss all the pretty girls. They got to have a taste of a pretty.
Renee Rapp is only 23 years old. Stop, please. She's 24. She's 24. She's this successful. Everything about her confidence, her success. And she's 24.
Pretty girl, in the AM, all the pretty girls act like it never happened in another world. Yeah, it's a blessing and it's a curse, so keep on pretending, pretty girl. All the pretty girls. All the pretty girls. It's a blessing and it's a curse, so keep on pretending, pretty girl.
Lesbians are so hot right now. Oh my god. Okay, I can't watch anymore because we have to watch Titanic 666 before I crash. You guys, I owe you. We're gonna watch this movie. We're gonna watch the movie, and then I have to go to sleep. Okay. I owe the lesbians. We just watched three back-to-back lesbian music videos. Okay? I love lesbians. But we did just watch 3 back-to-back, and we have to get to the movie night. Gays are in shambles. More! Give me more! Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. It's Billy Eichner's Let's Go Lesbians. Okay. My brain. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not June yet. Okay. All right. All my gays in here. All my gays in here. You don't get to be mad. You don't get to be greedy until it's June. That's when it's your month. You know what? It's my month, actually. Isn't it? Wait. May is... yeah, it is. It's Asian month. Asian lesbians, I'm sorry though. You only get only half of who you are is this month. Oh, it's Autism Awareness Month. Wait, no, isn't it May? No, it's next month. Asian Pacific Islander Month is next month, bestie. Fuck, that's right. I tried to take an extra month. I did. It's tis a month. That's correct. Oh yeah, Cutie said it's her month. Right. Okay. All right, y'all. Let me turn off my ads so that nobody has to miss a moment of Titanic 666. If you're not subscribed, don't worry. You will get to see every second of this piece of cinema, this art. Okay, there we go. There we go. Good night, Hogan. All right, so it's also Limb Loss Awareness Month. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Too many people, too many groups crowding up these months. Everyone's getting greedy. You know what? We're just gonna go back to it being White People Month year. Sorry, it's getting too complicated. All these fucking woke months. Yeah. Nah. It's too much. Sorry. Everybody has lost their months. Yeah, this is an anti-woke stream now. I'm half white, so I get 6 months, right? Yes, you do. But you get the bad months. Because you're only half. So the 6 shittiest months is what you get. Okay. Here we go. Continuing on with our Titanic movie marathons. We are going to watch Titanic 666, which I have a feeling will probably be the best Titanic movie of them all. It will certainly blow James Cameron's Titanic out of the water. It will give Titanic 2 a run for its money, is what I am predicting here. Okay. That's how it ends. What a cliffhanger. No. Me too. Same. No, you guys. No. There's an original Titanic? Question mark. Wait, there's even more Titanic films? You guys, I can't believe how many of you have seen Titanic 2 and Titanic 3 and have never seen the original Titanic. What have I done? What have I done? Hesitation Station, thank you for the 15 months. Wait, what the hell? There's this many more Titanic films? Oh my god. Oh my... Okay, well, some of these are documentaries. I mean, narrative cinema. We've watched them all. Nope. We've watched every Titanic film there is. I can't believe how many of you have not seen the original Titanic and yet have seen 2 and 666. What have I done? Can we watch season 2, episode 12 of Chicago PD? So specific. So specific. I wonder why that episode. Caroline teaching chat about real cinema. Look, guys. Look. Here on the stream. Sometimes we watch classic films. Iconic films, okay? And then sometimes we watch junk. And tonight I wanted to show you a classic, iconic film. So I hope that you are expanding your, we are not watching any other Titanic stuff. No. And I'm ending stream in approximately 3 minutes. When we hit 5 hours, I am ending stream and I'm collapsing in bed because I have been going since 7 a.m. this morning. I am so tired. And I have to fly to San Antonio tomorrow. And I will be there for the whole weekend. And I will be teaching children about esports and tech. No, I'm not clicking a fucking link. I'm literally not clicking any links. No one gets a link. I don't care. No. I don't care if you're Barack Obama. You don't get a link. No, I'm not clicking anything. I feel like one of the ghosts on Titanic 666. God. No. Oh, I'm done, Dream. No, I'm dying. Look at me. I look not well. I'm not well. Where are we at? 4:58. Great. We get 1 more minute and then I am done. I am ending stream. What am I doing in San Antonio? Good question. I am doing this like junior high convention for kids who want to learn about esports and tech. And I'm going there to teach them about it because I'm the perfect person to do that. I'm not clicking no, stop it. No. God damn it. What is this? No. Sims 2 Titanic? No. No. See? No. Oh, watch Hoslink. Fuck. fucking knew a Titanic musical existed. I knew it. I knew it. Of course there is. How have I become the Titanic streamer? And everybody dies. Everyone dies. Okay, for real, for real. I'm not clicking another link because I'm sweaty. I need to eat food. I need to pack. No. I'm gonna send you guys to. I'm gonna just pick someone to raid, and then as I'm raiding them, I will remind you about what I'm doing this weekend. Oh my god.
Aubrey donated $5. Hey, it's Obama. I heard you're running back Titanic too?
Fuck you, Barack Obama. Thank you for the dono. I deserve more than that because I was an unpaid intern for you in high school. So, thanks for the $5 dono, but you owe me so much more. Cheap ass. Anyway, all right, guys. I'm going to send you over to, let's see. I'm going to send you to Auxiliary, who is playing Mario Kart 8. Unless, no, Nandra, you're not online. Actually, yeah. Okay, so, I won't be back until Monday. And yeah, I will be spending the weekend alone. Oh, you want to know the other thing too? Tomorrow, I'm flying Spirit Airlines. On top of this exhausting week I've had, where I have to travel to San Antonio now, and I'm flying the worst airline. I am flying Spirit Airlines. Yay! Spirit Airlines 666. Actually, let's not jinx that. You know what? At least it's probably not a fucking Boeing plane. Oh, boy. Spirit like ghosts. Yes, spirit like ghosts. Yep. Anywho, thank you guys for being here. I tried to get streams in this whole week, even though it's been a really busy week, but because I'm going to be gone this weekend. So I hope that I brought you guys enough streams this week. Okay. Anyway, I'll see you on Monday. I don't think anything this weekend is going to be live streamed, so nothing for you all to watch. Okay. Peace and love. Peace and love. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good weekend. I will see you later. Bye.